All right. Alright. How's it going? Hey, Proto. Welcome. I'm over here today rather than over here, just because I'm in the Steel Battalion setup, and I don't really want to move the camera, so whatever. Whatever. I could just move it in OBS, but then I don't want to change it back to how it is, so whatever. Hey, Hidden. Hey, Phoned. Welcome. I saw that Llama Lana task that came out today, Hidden. Oh baby. what a speed run that is now. Oh man. Hello, load. Yeah, we're gonna have to buy our own robots again, and we're gonna be starting from the top because we ran out of robot money last time. Shit. But we gained valuable experience on how to robot, so not a complete write-off. Alright. And this is one of the few days out of the year that it actually gets warm up where I'm at. So I got the ceiling fan going, so there's going to be a little bit of strobing going on, but we'll just have to deal with it, because, man, it's hot enough that I got a headache today. Alright. Jumping necessary. Not optimal. Oh man. So it could be even faster. Jeez. You just started this series, you're on Jade Cocoon. Oh man, well, you got like 2,000 plus hours to catch up on. So I'll see you in 2 years, I guess. Unless you're doing your own PlayStation library playthrough. In which case, good luck. There's a lot of bad games on the PlayStation. A lot of good ones too. Whole frames, oh man. Jeez. Well, that's what a task is for, right? They might as well make it optimal. The way I found the task was because Hidden retweeted it. So, he's probably got the link. There it is. Yep. So there's pointer manipulation, I guess, and yeah. Apparently, there's some controversy with. I don't know if it's with that, where they're starting with a hacked save file or something to make things like work. Or if that was some other game. Like, I see vague references to hacked save files in speedruns now. Which, man, like nearly every week or so I'm reminded that, wow, I want nothing to do with 2020 speedrunning. What the shit I see. I probably only see the negative stuff, but, oh man, do I not want to deal with any of that. Okay, alright, so since I last streamed, it turns out I figured out that there is a way to switch which side of this microphone thing the microphone goes on. I was trying to move it the wrong way. Like there's this little circular thing it attaches to here, and I was trying to pull off the boom assembly from it and move it across. When it turns out it's just this wire thing and a plastic tab that you just pull the whole plastic assembly, slide it off the wire, and then move it over. Turns out it was really easy to move it. So I figured all that out. I got the belt pack for my wireless microphone and headphone setup. So I'm now completely wireless, and it's all in this one little self-contained thing that actually works mounted to a belt. So I'll have completely wire-free setup, like doing Kinect games or iToy games, Wii games, that I could get up and not be tethered to some long XLR cables or headphone cables. So that's good. I had to change which Bluetooth receiver I was using because I figured out, or I read that IEMs, which are these things, the things that I'm using to monitor the sound for the stream, they're really sensitive to bad amplifiers. And the cheap Bluetooth thing that I used before had a bad amplifier, so I got a special audiophile one. Hold on. Let me roll my eyes while I say that. I got a special audiophile one that has these much nicer components in it that makes the IEMs not hiss. So I figured that out. We still have the super low delay between the Bluetooth links in my audio system. So now it sounds good again, and there's still very low lag because I'm still able to, like, I played through Parappa the Rapper yesterday just to make sure that everything was working and that the lag was low enough that I could actually do stuff with it. So that all worked out nicely. And let's see, it made setting all this up a lot easier than it was last time, because now I don't have to contend with wires all over my floor. I could just move everything into place. So yeah, that's what's new with that. So the plan for the stream tonight is first half going to be Steel Battalion again, and then second half is Vanguard Bandits, because that game, from the looks of things, is probably going to be pretty long. I think the back of the box says there's like 60 missions, and God, they're like 45 minutes each, and they're boring as fuck. So I don't know. I think at some point I might look up, like, hey, what's the shortest ending you can get, and just do that one, because oh man, like I don't want to give up on Vanguard Bandits this early, but I don't know. Okay, all right, so before we get going here, what's Amazon one? A mini PCIe SATA adapter is back in stock. Cool. I don't want that. Thanks, Amazon. All right, so before we get started here, let's go over the controller one more time. So this is part 2 of Steel Battalion. We played about 5.25 hours of it last time we did this, and pretty much all the progress we made, just wipe it off, because I had to delete my save because I ran out of money. So we're essentially starting at the top again, just with experience of what happened in the game. All right, so here is the specialized controller. Let me turn off this for now. All right, so here's the special controller that we'll be using. There's also pedals down here. There's my feet. Can't show those. That's too lewd for the internet. So on the left is the dodge pedal, and the middle is the brake pedal, and on the right is the gas pedal, or throttle pedal, as I label it. All right, and then up here, starting from the left, we have a gear shift lever. So we got 1 through 5, 5 being the fastest, 1 being the slowest, neutral, which I don't know why you'd ever use that, but it's there, and then reverse. We got these toggle switches, which, as far as I can tell, are only used for starting missions, because you gotta go boop, 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 and then go through a startup sequence. All right, and then on the left here, we have what is called the rotation lever. So this only goes side to side. You can't move it forward or back. It wiggles a little bit, but you can only move it side to side. There is a sight change analog stick at the top here, and there are no other buttons on it. It's just sight change and move it side to side. So that's the left pod here. Middle pod. Down here we got the weapon controls. So these change which weapon you currently have active. You can have a main and a sub weapon active. This will reload your main weapon. Sub weapons do not require reload. There's a washing button, which turns on the windshield wipers for your giant robot. That is actually used. The extinguisher button you need because once your health gets down to a certain point, fires will start in the cockpit, and this will put them out. The chaff button, I think all of my units so far that I've had have had auto chaff, so I haven't ever actually had to press this, but we'll see. All right, here is the communications tuner dial. So all of these are separate audio or radio channels, and the game will tell you which channels are going to be active for which mission. Like channel 4, I remember, was the supply channel. Command was channel 1. Channel 3 was our squadron leader, I think. And you do actually have to use that. And then these buttons up here are communication buttons. So 1 is like communicate, 2 is acknowledge, 4 is repeat, 3 is confirm, I want to say, and then 5, I don't know. It tells you what they do in the game, which is nice. Okay, over here you have the function switches. So F1, F2, and F3, all those on there. Tank detaches for your external fuel tank. Forecast shooting system is something I don't think we've even had yet, but it allows, it puts an overlay on the targeting HUD that will predict shots for you because you have to lead your shots in this game. The manipulator is something you use to pick up items. We only had to use that once so far to pick up crates in a mission, but that is actually used. And then the line color button here will change the color of the HUD for you, which you actually do need to do sometimes. This is night vision, and this is, I don't know what that is. That does something. Okay, so that's the center block here. And then on the right block, we have this stick here, which controls the aiming. And the weird thing about this stick is that you can put the stick right there, and it will stay where it is, which is unusual for a joystick like this. So here we got the lock-on button, and we got the main weapon button. So this is the button you'll be primarily pressing. And then right here is the sub-weapon trigger. So you got 3 buttons up here, and then there's no buttons down there. It's just these 3. All right. So over here, multi-monitor, close, map zoom in and out, mode select, sub-monitor select. These control all the weird HUD stuff. On there, this zooms in the main monitor in and out. You do actually get some mileage out of these. Cockpit hatch, ignition, and start are only used at the beginning of the mission, and those will start up the giant robot. And then up here, the most important button in the game. It's even got a cover on it. So this is the eject button. Use that to eject. If you do not eject in time in this game, it deletes your save. Let me repeat that. If you do not hit this button when your mech is blowing up, it will delete your save, and you need to start the game all the way at the beginning again. Your character will be gone. You need to start everything over from the very beginning. And yeah, here's the chat setup. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 laptops in front of me. Android tablet up there that I'm actually not going to be using. Yep. Huge pain in the ass to get all this working, but you know, the things I do for y'all. All right. Let's see what happened last time, shall we? So, in case you missed it, here's what happened previously on Steel Battalion.
Previously.
I'll pilot it. Hold them off, sir.
No! That's insane. You don't have the qualification to pilot a BT, let alone an experience with it.
I think I can do it looking at the manual, sir.
Lead. That is this button. Oh, shit! Okay. I just got a whole bunch of missiles right to the face. And okay. All right. So, like I mentioned, if you don't eject in time, it deletes your save. Oh no. That is... This is... Oh god. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh no, the bridge! No! The bridge! All right. Steel Battalion. Okay, so it looks like audio is all working just fine. Okay, let's check the delay here. Doot, 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 doot. Okay. We good. Okay. All right. All right, I figured out why the camera is lagging out last time, so hopefully it shouldn't do that this time. Alrighty. Oh, let's start the timer here. Data start. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's make sure this is all good before we do anything else. Okay. 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 Good. Very important button. Alright, so some of the LEDs aren't working on this, but everything else is good, so that'll do. Alright. F1 plus lock on. Alright. Let's do it. Yep, this is everything I wanted. Hey, fruit. Okay. All right. So we gotta. I think I had to delete. Yeah. So I am out of credits. I am out of robot cash on that save. So we need to re-enlist again. So we're gonna be private again. Sure, that, yep. Okay. Let's do all this all over again, shall we? Alright. Oh, this is just the cutscene. We can skip that. We are a rookie VT pilot on a training mission, and then suddenly we're an expert. All right, so this is the little startup sequence you got to do. So you got to close the hatch, hit the ignition button, and then you got to flip all these switches, and then you got to wait till all the bars make it to the center, and then you got to hit. Alright, they all need to go past that line. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, so the tricky thing about aiming in this game is that you have to, especially for the weapons on the right side of our robot, you have to kind of aim slightly offset. take a second here to readjust myself to these goofy controls. Oh, that's that one. Hey, Gander. And the right aiming stick is very touchy. From what I've seen. Yeah, this game is really cool. It's unfortunate that controllers are so like rare and expensive. But that's usually the case for a lot of niche gaming things. Alright, so I gotta remember to use the lock-on... Okay, lock-on system in this. Alright, hey Zach. Yep, back to the front lines. We've re-enlisted. Oh, shit. Okay. Man. Alright, I gotta turn up my audio. Okay. Okay. Alright, we can skip that. We've seen that before. Alright. Next. I'm gonna try and power through this as best I can to get back to where we were. Alright. Alright. Luckily, this new Bluetooth audio thing I got has a volume wheel on it, finally. I was blowing my ears out last time I streamed because I wasn't able to make adjustments. Okay, so we start off with the decider, and we go with that. The boombox is 1,000 Robobucks, but I think every single Robobuck is probably going to matter for this playthrough, so I should not be buying frivolous things like that for this playthrough. Okay. Alright. And then the briefing for this was attack the beach, from what I remember. Yeah. So this was attack the beach. Let's do it. Okay. Alright. First gear. That all in the down position. Okay. Yeah, they're trying to enlist me. Like, yep. Sure, that's what I want to do, is disrupt all my entire stream schedule and play more of this game. That sounds like a great time. Like, I just want to beat this game and then sell this controller to Zoggins, because he wants one. And then get this accursed game out of my life. But first we gotta beat it. Alright. So let's see if I can remember here. These were collision warnings. This is our health. Obviously these are ammo. Sub-weapon on the left, main weapon on the right. And then pretty much everything else you don't have to worry about. Alright. Alright, so we still have this. Alright, main machine gun, sub-weapon. So this, this sub-weapon here, that thing is super OP. I should probably actually use this lock-on function. Okay. All right. That one. All right. Godelka. Oh man. Yeah, sometimes it's weird. Like, it's always weird hearing about people being fans of like these really, really obscure PS1 things that, like, shit, I thought I knew a lot about them back in the day, but like, oh yeah, I played a lot of what was it, Roscoe McQueen Firefighter Extreme. That was my favorite game as a kid. What? I didn't even know that was a game. So even moving this right stick a little bit causes the reticule to move like across the screen, which is why it can be more difficult than it appears to aim in this game. Like there, trying to hit this thing. Okay. Alright, so ideally I take out most of these myself so that I can get the Robo-Bucks from them. Okay. Because as we learned from the last session with this, every Robo-Buck is going to end up mattering. Whoop. And also what we learned from the first session of this is that your AI teammates are just completely brain dead. Okay. Yeah, Battle Hunter. I remember. Battle Hunter. Massive Juggernaut fans, yeah? Well, that's me. I'm one of them. Didn't we just go over this like 5 minutes ago that I want nothing to do with multiplayer game? Hey, I went. Could have sworn that was like 5 minutes ago. Fans obscure games that like the Grand Stream Saga. Okay, 13,000 Robo-Bucks. That'll work. All right. Next. So the missions didn't get hard until like mission 3 or 4. I remember this one was pretty easy too. It was just leave the train and then don't get blown up by artillery. Okay. Trying to remember, did I need to get new supply things? I need a resupply, but not for this mission. So I'll get that next. All right. Okay. Okay. So let's see, we want to use a torch. Was this game a success? Not really. It is a cult classic, let's say. And the biggest thing that did not help its case was it cost $250 when it came out. And this was back when most games, even the high-priced ones, were $50. Because you had to buy not only the game, but also this special controller that came with it. And there's no other way to play this game. Is this round 2? Well, it's part 2. Like, I played this mission, like, 6 times already, I think. Alright. So here's the blowtorch if you haven't seen it. It's like a one-shot. Okay. Oh, dang it. The one thing I don't like about this weapon that takes forever to change it out. As OP as it is. Alright. Get some Robo-Bucks here. Alright, good enough. Well, yeah, you can do stuff like this with modern stuff if you're into like flight sims and racing sims. You could totally have setups like this, but as far as mech games go, not really. Like, I know that the space combat simulators also have. Come on. You can do stuff like this with. back to Blowtorch.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
Oscar 3, our PT transports are under heavy gunfire. We need you to eliminate the enemy PTs as quickly as possible.
Yeah, like if you're gonna go with the big custom controller route for anything, the arcades is the way to go. That's right. I just remembered that you want to time your shots for this, especially with lock-on, for after they step. And if they're far away, you need to not lock on. So that you can do stuff like that. Okay. Home arcade with sim cockpits. Yeah, well you can do stuff like they have these frames, I guess is probably the best way to describe it for like racing stuff, but it's just a metal thing that you secure your pedals and your wheel to or whatever. And I think there's universal ones for like racing wheels and for hands-on throttle and stick joysticks. So if you just got like 2 or 3 of those, and then you can fold them up and store them away wherever. And then you can have separate setups for all of those and just have a TV on a cart, kind of like I have. All right. So the magazine change button lights up when you're in your last like 10% of rounds, I think. And if you hit it too early, I believe you lose the ammo that you had in it. So I need to be more careful there with reloading. Shit. Oh, magazine change. Dang it. Uh-oh. Alright. Not really gonna lose on the second mission here. Okay. Jesus. Okay. All right. Yeah, the VR one's really cool. Oh, man. Okay. All right. 18,000 Robobucks. We'll take it. Whoops, we lost a transport. Oops. Okay. And expensive drink. Well, here's the thing, though. You can actually, if you're in the U.S., I don't know if you are, but if you are, Goodwill actually has a lot of like flight sims and racing wheels for a fraction of the eBay price. So always check there, like Goodwill's auction site, or if you have something equivalent in whatever country you're in. And you can potentially get stuff like that on the cheap, or you can make your own. Is the other option. Okay, so this is the mission where things got difficult last time. So for this, the objective isn't to assault the vicinity of the broadcast station. It's to just arrive at a point in the map. It doesn't matter if you even like shoot at anything. You can just run past everything. But this will be the first mission that I do buy supplies, though, because we are going to need that at some point. So we'll just have that ordered. Okay. How do you make your own? Like for the frame, for instance, you can make the frame out of like shit. You could probably take like an old ironing board and take the folding leg things off the bottom, or a keyboard stand or something, and use that to put together a frame for that. You could probably make something out of IKEA parts or something like that. And then for if you're gonna make your own controllers, like an Arduino, a Teensy, can emulate a USB joystick or mouse or keyboard or whatever have you. And then you just wire that up to whatever you want. Okay, so map zoom. So we need to get to the far north, northwest corner of the map, I think. And I do want to go this way. Are damage repair costs an issue in this game? Yes. But it's not like a big money sink, if I remember correctly from our last session playing this. Yep, another project. Well, especially for like DIY home flight sim stuff, you can go absolutely crazy with setups for that. I'm sure that there's like forums and subreddits devoted to all that, but like you can get like old actual airplane parts and wire them up to things and have them all linked together. Like you could have like a dozen Arduinos all talking to each other, and like have one controlling the gimbal, the virtual gimbal on your physical dashboard. Another Arduino is the yoke. Another one for the rudder pedals. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff you could do with stuff like that. So if you're interested in things like that, that is totally within the possibility, and there's communities for each little thing. Why not use a single Arduino? Because there's only so many input-output pins on the boards. Like the one that would have the most pins would be I wouldn't use a regular ass Arduino, by the way. I'd use the Teensy, or an ESP32 is another good option. And those have like, you can have like maybe 28 or so connections on it. Like for instance, my PlayStation capture board uses 6 data pins and a ground. The most is Saturn and Genesis, which use 9 pins total, because it's a DB9 connector. So yeah, I highly recommend experimenting with stuff like that if that even remotely interests you, because it's super easy to get into. It is really cheap. Why am I not moving? Hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Sure, let's do this. Okay, so we just need to get to that corner of the map directly in front of me. So we're just gonna play the little blast core here. I could go around these buildings, but whatever. Could I build one of those controllers? What, for like a flight sim controller? Yeah, I totally could. That's actually how I wired up my how I wired up this. This is physically connected to the Steel Battalion controller. Okay, I'll go around the building. Fine. Oh my god, I'm getting blown up here, literally. This is like the easiest mission too. You just have to get in there. I wouldn't I don't recommend going with the Mega. I would recommend going with a Teensy. And like a Teensy 3.5, let's say, would be probably what you want to start off with. Because those are 5-volt tolerance. And Teensy has built-in like joystick stuff already built into the library. So that would be my official recommendation for like you wanna build a flight sim cockpit. Go with the Teensy. Teensy is what I use. I stopped using Arduinos once I learned about Teensies. The other option is ESP32, which is even cheaper. Or a combination of any of those. Okay, I'm pretty sure I just have to get down this street, and then we're good. If you want a million buttons, just get multiple Teensies. That's still my recommendation. And then you just tie them all together. All right, we did it. Success. Okay. All right, so we took 500 worth of damage, and that was 1 out of 4 armor bubbles on my UI. So there you go. That's how much repairs cost. And just by blowing up 4 tanks, it looks like, and clearing the mission, it gave me 41,000. So there you go. That should answer the does damage matter at all question. Apparently not. As long as you don't blow up, then you're good. Unless it's like it's on a different scale for like, hey, if you're nearly dead when you come in, we're gonna charge you way more. Maybe it does that. I don't know. Okay, so this one is the yeah, so this one is going after the naval port. How do you get them to talk to each other? You have a few options. One, you could use a USB hub is an option. Another option is, what was it, I2S, I believe is the thing for, it's like a 2-wire communication protocol between the Teensy boards. So those you'll wire up directly with each other, and that's how they talk to each other. Another option is if you're using something like an ESP32, you can use Wi-Fi or Bluetooth and just have a shitload of Bluetooth devices. And then you don't even need to mess with USB. That's an option. Lots of options. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to remember for this mission. I remember nearly running out of ammo when I did this last time. And I remember the boat does a shitload of damage. I don't recall using a different VT because I remember these things suck. Like they have black and white PUDs on them. I don't want to bother with those. We already got supplies. You know what? We'll get another thing of supplies. Like it's not like they expire or anything. Okay. All right. So let's see. Comm buttons, receive call, repetition, supply, request aid. Yeah. So we still have the cannon. All right. So our main gun is still the cannon. This is machine gun. I guess that'll work. I don't remember using the plasma torch a whole bunch, but it's not like the other options are any better. So yeah, we'll just stick with this. Okay. All right, move out. Let's do it. So this mission takes a while, from what I remember, because you got to take this really slow. Because there's one, your teammates are idiots, and two, if you step on the wrong part of the map, you'll die because you'll fall into the ocean. I remember that being an issue. There's lots of VTs to blow up. And then after all that, once you get to the end, there's this giant battleship that will just completely own you if you attack it from the wrong place. So, great. Why can I not? Oh yeah, there's also infantry. In this mission that have rocket launchers. Alright, stop moving, giraffe. Okay. 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 Got him. All right. So I almost want to move out of the way. Actually, I do want to move out of the way and let my squad mates get past me, so they can at least take some fire for me. And it looks like my other squad mate behind me is going in circles. Neat. Okay, now it's getting shot by RPGs right now. Cool. All right. Eventually it'll make it over. Yep. Oh, where you going? Where you going, teammate? What are you doing? Nope, don't walk off the bridge. Okay, it's currently being shot by boats, it looks like. Alright. I need y'all to draw some fire for me. 50 missions total? Fuck if I know. Something like that. The farthest I got was level 5. Yeah, this AI is like... Whew. Quite something. It's even worse on the level after this. Because it is a very narrow canyon. I just shot my teammate. Alright, team. Get off the bridge. Okay, let's get these scare faces. Oh. I would love to get the scare face, but there's a teammate right in my grill right now. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Come on. Alright. Magazine change. Okay. I really wish I could turn off this lock-on sound, because I don't trust the lock-on in this game anymore. Alright, I need to not walk off the bridge. Alright, so we want sky view, make sure we don't walk off the bridge. Okay. Yeah, I really wish this game did, took more of a, Ace Combat approach. Like we can check in with.
This is Oscar 3 to Argus. Do you copy? Over.
This is Argus. I read you, Oscar 3. Over.
All right, there's our boy Argus. So we can almost get some anime yelling. Okay, where's? All right, I should take out these boats, perhaps. Oh, boats are after me. All right, I'm gonna remove our boat problem. Otherwise, these boats are gonna give us some business. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So it looks like I only have one friendly left. And he's just... Alright, gotta wait till this one gets up again. And then do business. Oh, come on, that missed? Dude. Okay. And this other one's just over there. And my teammate's just shooting at this hangar. Oh. All right, teammate. Okay. Fox 2! LCC. Okay. And then... Alright, so we're pretty close to the boat. The boat is on the other side of this this connector thing here. So can I... snipe these other VTs from here. Yeah, Ace Combat is a flight combat series. I wouldn't say realistic, but it uses real-world aircraft in it. But it is practically an anime game. Okay, so I can't snipe the targets from across the way here. So I have 2 reloads of that. God, I almost want to lure one of them across the bridge. I know my teammate's gonna be useless.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar.
Not Wagon Master.
This is Oscar 3 to Argus. Do you copy? Over.
This is Argus. I read you, Oscar 3. Over.
Is it this one?
This is Oscar 3 to Oscar 1. Do you copy? Over.
This is Oscar 1. What is it, Oscar 3?
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna see if I can get these from far away, and then I'm gonna need to resupply before I head across there, because otherwise that ship is gonna use up all my ammo. Okay. Alright. Very important. Did I not fall in the water here? Famous last words. Alright. So I'm gonna take out this last VT over here. Resupply. And then take out the ship. Be nice if I could see where I'm aiming. Okay, that should do it. So now we gotta put this in reverse. Call up Wagon Master.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies. Send supply chopper ASAP.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
Okay. Yeah, it's called, well, the first one is called Air Combat in the US, but that one, it might as well not be an Ace Combat game. That game is like, yo, do you like sick guitars rather than anime? And then Ace Combat 2 is kind of where it started being more... Oh no. Okay. Alright, so we're currently refueling. Okay. Okay, that should get him. Or not. Why is this thing not dead yet? Come on. Okay, alright. So now... Uh-oh, my teammate is over there getting blown up by the ship, it looks like. So, okay, this is good. Maybe it will draw fire for me. Alright, so if we get in front of the ship... Okay, don't fall off. So if we get in front of the ship, it can't hit us. Okay, and by can't hit us, I mean it totally can hit us. Oh, fuck. It didn't do this the last time I played this. Shit. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. It didn't do that the last time I did this mission. Maybe I was too far away? Dang. Okay. Alright, I need to step away for a minute here, so... I will be back in a couple minutes, and we'll give that one a go again. Yeesh.
Look out! The last thing you remember before blacking out was a shadowy figure approaching in the road in front of you. You heard your sister cry out as you swerved the car into a tree. You now realize you are alone. Your sister must have gone for help. You pry yourself free of the steering wheel and step out, intent on finding your sister. You find yourself standing in front of an old mansion. It gives you the creeps. This mansion is cold and foreboding. You sense great evil within. Nearby you find a pendant. As you pick it up, it begins to sparkle. Then... the door of the mansion opens and dares you to enter.
All right. Oh boy. Okay. Uninvited, well, like the NES game? Trying to fight with both a battleship and VT is a hard act for any man. Man, kid? Sure. Taking different routes, you can concentrate on fire on just the battleship. Huh. Sure. Oh, that was also a death. Okay. The Mac Venture. Okay, so I need to buy another resupply. Oh, and another decider. So this is where things start to kind of add up. Having to do stuff like this. Okay. Okay. Alright. So I want to change my equipment for this. I think I want to get rid of the machine gun for this. And just go all in on the 315s. I can't? Shit. Well, I can... Okay, if I get rid of the plasma jar, so I'm not going to use this either. Okay. Alright, we'll do this. Wonder, can I get rid of a fuel tank? Yeah, okay, let's do this. I don't need that many fuel tanks either for this one. Okay. Windows has an update for me. Oh my god, I'm just gonna have to keep pressing that all night, it looks like. Great, thanks Windows. I forgot to disable the auto update service on my new tablet. Fuck. I knew I forgot to do something. Now I won't need to resupply. Yeah, I will. I'm still gonna have to resupply. As it takes so many shots to take out the destroyer. Like the last time I successfully beat this mission, it used up pretty much all of my cannon ammo. Okay. How did I miss? That one. Okay. Here. All right. Okay. So I'm not going to rely on my dumbass teammates to make it across the bridge this time. Yeah, Windows 10 do what Windows 10 do. All those different terms, well, those are all different trademarks they can go for. That's why. That's why a lot of things aren't called droids. Because LucasArts and now Disney has that. Which is why Motorola had to license the term droid from LucasArts when they released the droid phones. This is not going great. Okay, maybe I should have let my teammates on the bridge in front of me. I am nearly dead already. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that went amazing. Ah, fucking hell. Do I want to restart? I'm considering restarting here. Because that was like half my money gone from all that. 16,000, so it costs. At least I don't have to buy a resupply again. All right, we'll give this one more go. One more go. Fucking hell. All right. Man. All right, gonna have to have my team catch some bullets for me. Because like so the other strategy here potentially is if you're in a light, quote unquote light mech, you can walk across the these areas right next to the bridges. That if you walk on those with anything but a light mech, you'll fall through into the ocean. But the problem with those is that a light mech won't have anywhere near enough firepower to take on the battleship later. How are these missing? How are these missing? What? Yo, is this the strongest giraffe in the game? Why is this? No. Eh. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, team. All right. We got a traffic jam behind us. Another way for the light mech. Maybe I could also go off to the right here. So, I can't remember if there was a. So yeah, this game doesn't have a pause screen, but so right around the bridge there, it's like that size, approximately, for how big the area the light mechs can go on is. All right, team. Oh, that's gonna hit my teammate in the back, I think. Or not. Okay. All right, catch some hot ones for me, team. Okay. Alright. Don't fall in the ocean. Okay. How's my week? Pretty good. I've been avoiding doing my taxes, even though mine are fairly simple, but I literally have to sign them and put them in an envelope, and I've been procrastinating on that for like 2 weeks now. I should probably do that. I'm gonna have to go get an envelope though, because unfortunately I can't do the super easy form. Like I have one extra form to mail in, and so I can't just file. That would have been a lot easier if I could just do that. Oh, this is... Alright, please die. Please die. Please die, ASAP. Before you have to reload. God damn it. Okay. It'd also be nice if I had those 2 other VTs that are just kind of hanging out at the start of the map, if those ever actually join the fight. Yoshi tax evasion. Nope. That's why I'm paying my taxes. I'm not gonna be like Yoshi. Yes, walk directly into my bullets. Okay. Alright, do not dodge right. Dodge left. I think I'm at slightly too long of a range here for this to do anything. Alright, rather than this just be a slap fight. Let's get on over there. Okay. Alright, we're at half health. Still okay on health. Okay. Alright. Nope. That is... Okay. There are ships shooting at me, apparently. Okay. Alright. I can't make it a literal slap fight because I did not equip the blowtorch. The plasma torch. So these things right here... those are the things that collapse if you're in a non-light mech. Oh, why is that not dead? Yeah. Alright, ideally I get all of my teammates over here for the fight. Okay. Alright.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
Okay, first things first, we're going to clear out all this and see if we can snipe that BT from across the way here.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
Alright, according to the radar, this other BT is like right here.
This is Oscar 3. Requesting
There it is.
supplies. Send supply chopper ASAP.
This is Wagon Master. Roger that. The supply chopper is on its way.
Alright. So hopefully I can land a shot on it before Wagon Master shows up. Oh, there's multiple. I did not realize that. Okay. Now perhaps my teammates have realized. Okay. Alright, we're refueling. Oh dang, there's 3 of them. Okay, so this likely explains. I also just blew up a friendly BT. Nice. Perfect. All according to plan. Okay. I think I gotta get over there and help out my robo buddy. Okay. Okay, alright. We good? So now I just need to... make it to the other side of this thing. Okay. Okay. Alright, it's just us and boat now. Okay. Oh, the hammer's indestructible? Let's see. Alright. Okay, so... we will do this, move a little bit up here. Alright. Alright. Okay. All right, one at a time. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna cheese the shit out of this. Okay. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. All right. Whew. Okay. All right. All right. Good thing we have a nice indestructible hangar here. Oh shit! Oh no! Oh god. I kept it in forward. All right. Shit! Oh, I hit the wrong pedal. Fuck. I hit the wrong pedal. Well, I guess I wanted to hit the gas too, but I wanted to hit dodge. Fuck. Okay. Alright, we gotta start from the top again. Fuck. We lost too much money. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Amazing. All right. Let's.
This is Argus. Do you copy?
Please, Hidden, the technical, the tank term is hold down, please. I remember that being a thing. All right. Private, got an honorable discharge, and now we gotta re-enlist as the 6th. Okay. Normal. Oh man. This fucking game. Steel Battalion. What a great game. I asked for this though. I asked for this. Okay. Oh, that didn't. Okay. No, escaping just means it doesn't delete our save automatically. The reason why I started over again from the top is that each time you blow up in a mission, you lose that mech, that VT. And those cost money. Those cost in-game credits that you earn by completing missions, blowing up other objectives in missions, and completing missions on time. And you have a limited supply of them. So because it took me 4+ attempts to beat that one mission, it ended up costing too many credits. So it means that I'll have an even tougher time with missions that are certainly harder than that one later on, and it would make more sense to just start again from the top with all my available credits back. And luckily the beginning missions are short enough that it's not a huge deal. And then the real problem is when we get to mission 6, I want to say. That's the farthest I got before. I'm still not sure how the hell I'm supposed to even do that one. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I'm not looking forward to finally getting back to that one. 6 is the mission where you're supposed to scout out where the enemy base is, and then once you find it, you're supposed to turn around and get the fuck out of there. And that is where I was unable to get past it. And it certainly didn't help that in that mission, because it's in this narrow canyon, your dumbass teammates are just running into walls and going in circles for the whole mission. So it's practically a solo mission. And then the mission before that one is to get the cases from the village, which is super easy. Like that one's no problem. Okay. Yeah, that's true. There's free play. But these missions are long enough that I kind of just want to just do them in the campaign. Because it's just so time consuming. But I guess it's even more time consuming to have to redo missions. So, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. What's locked onto me? There's nothing here. With this? Is it U-Tank? Better resolution, yeah. Well, that's also kind of the point for this game, is that they I guess accurately, I don't know, accurately in quotes, like represent the different generations of mech. Like this is a Gen 1 mech, or no, Gen 2. And they wanted it to look like you were using an old, like, low-res CRT TV as your view into the world, so they intentionally made it blurry. And yeah, being a 480 or 480p game, also there's only so much you can do with that. But it's like the same reason like the really shitty mechs have black and white displays on them, and are actually out of focus, because it's just part of the simulation / surrealism that they went for this, which I think is neat. And like I have this through the components output pack on my Xbox, through nice high quality cables, and through an OSSC. So it's not like my capture setup is making this look bad. This is just what the game looked like. This is how they designed it to look. Yeah, the other mechs have different looking overlays. I think in the next mission I'll open up free mission and show you. Like the Veets. The Veets is a Generation 1. Like if we turn on Night Scope, like that, that looks about how it should, right?
The enemy forces near the coastal area have been completely...
All right. And yeah, the screen is busy. And that's probably also by design. Like, I think the very late generation ones have everything, like, it's mostly viewport on those other ones, rather than this is like a third of the screen is viewport, and then the rest is dumb gauges. Oh, shit. Alright, let's reset the game? I don't want to reset the game. I think that just means that it goes back to the title. But whatever. If I have to do the first mission again, then whatever. Alright, so here's the...
This is Argus. Do you copy?
Alright, free mission mode. Does not let me... Oh, okay. So yeah, here's all the mechs. Like, this is... up to 4th generation. So yeah, we got... So this is the starter one, I believe. I think. Or no. Prominence? No, Decider. Okay, so this is a Gen 1 Decider. That's the one we start off with. This is the upgrade one we get later. Okay, so it's this thing. So this is the crappy Gen 1 mech. So notice how different this one will look once we get into the... So it says CRT Mono on the screen there. So not only is it black and white, it's like shitty black and white. Like, look at that. So, including your map is also black and white. So it's like, like are those things on the minimap friendlies? Who knows? Those are, and like you can hit the line change button to change to a different shade of white and black on here, but like this is what the enemy VTs are working with. You can't blame them for being just pushovers. But at least these ones go quick, so the light ones go quick. So yeah, that's all right. Okay. All right. Effective range. Armor will deflect all enemy fire if it's out of effective range. Okay. Good to know. Alright, back to it. Alright, pilot ready to go. Alright. Retrofitting non-awful displays, well... You know, they're at war. You gotta make do. Is this still in sync? Yeah, kind of. Close enough. Sometimes NDI gets out of sync sometimes. And I'm not sure why. Okay. Don't steal my kill. All right. So you can't turn too quickly in this. Otherwise, I was even trying to be careful there. Otherwise that happens. All right. Here's our first topple over of the day. You can fill in your bingo cards. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a lore explanation for why you can get up so fast in these, but sure. Like, do they have the jump jets? That's aren't listed or something?
Oscar 3, this is Argus. Do you copy? Over.
Oscar 3 here. I read you, Argus. Over.
Oscar 3, is our BT transporter under heavy gunfire. We need you to eliminate the enemy BTs as quickly as possible.
Alright. Man, this is really bumpy for some reason. Okay. Oh, there's another. Oh, oh. Okay. Yes. Stay perfectly still there for me. Okay. The enemy mechs do have a quick dodge. They just rarely use it. The time when you can see them doing it the most is when I'm shooting them from far away, when apparently it doesn't matter because the range is too far to be effective anyways. But they do actually dodge. Okay, so for this you gotta go in perpendicular, otherwise you'll topple over. So I hit it, but it was too far away to be effective, because, of course. Shit. Last shot. Oh shit. Dodged right into it. Okay.
We have confirmed total elimination of the enemy's reinforcements.
Okay. That was close. Okay, so here's a good spot to check if the cost of repairs goes up. So one square of damage was 500. 3 squares of damage is 850. So it looks like there's a base cost for repairs. Interesting. Okay, sure. 16K. All right, that works. Okay, so then the next one is just run past everything, which can do. I just need to make sure to not get caught on a building again. All right. All right, let's do it. I suppose I could get some points for this mission. Just doing this. It's free real estate here. All right. Might as well. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. Well, I wanted to get a running start up the river, and now I am targeted by artillery. This is not ideal. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. This is fine. Okay. Whew. What'd you miss? Not much. hop down this hill. Right, okay. Alright, fine. This is fine. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. GG. Mission over. Now we're back to the dumb boat mission again. Nope. Washing. Okay. So I think for the ship, I don't think it matters if I'm shooting active targets on the ship, as long as I'm just hitting this ship. Eventually it'll blow up, I think. So I think if I just get into that cheese position again, where I can hit the back of the ship, maybe that'll work. Though, there is the damage effectiveness range thing, which is still gonna be an issue. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Alright, so this one I want to change the equipment. To get rid of the torch. We're gonna get rid of fuel tank. I'm gonna change this to the so this one has a lower range, so I definitely don't want that. So 175 is the effective range of that. So I'll have to keep that in mind. If the ship is farther than 175, then I won't be able to damage it at all. Okay. But this worked last time. So I think I'm good with this. Okay. Alright. This time, things will be different. Oh, man. I was just reading what the screen was saying. The lower left of the screen said 000 to 175. Maybe the units are different for what it says on the screen versus what the manual says. You probably just have to multiply it by 10 for what the actual range is. Okay. Like this thing, for example, is... Yeah, so that's outside the effective range, it looks like. So right here is the max range. Okay, that also explains why I was not able to hit that giraffe in previous levels. Because it was too far away. Alright, I think I'm gonna go help out this other squad for now, because this will probably make my life easier if I actually get them doing literally anything, as opposed to what they're doing before, which is the opposite of that. Oh, that's why they're called giraffes. I actually didn't realize this. They have little extendo heads. I've always wondered this. Like, why are those called giraffes? This makes so much sense now, because I usually blow them up before they do anything. Okay. Alright, other team. Are you... Oh, jeez. Whoops. Alright. Okay. Alright, 10 minutes later, I'll be turned around. I just really don't want to have to take the long way here. Well, you never know. Maybe the Kinect game lets you pilot a giraffe. See, look at this shit. Like, no wonder this other team didn't do anything. All right, moron. Just follow the road. Oh my god. Like, how do you fuck up the AI this bad? Like, it's like the enemy AI is just fine, but then your own teammates just can't find their own ass with both hands. Okay. All right, team. So eventually they'll make it over here. That's clearly too far away. Okay. Well, you never know. Never say never on game sequels. Because remember, Shenmue 3 got eventually made. Nice. Fuck that building. Okay. Alright, it looks like my own team is busy failing to cross the bridge there. Or maybe they're just waiting on me. This is considerably easier. Alright, team. Now, if only those other 3 VTs will ever figure out how to cross the bridge, then we might be able to do something here. So there we go. There's the quick dodge. So there you go. They do quick dodge, just not often. Uh-oh. Am I only down to one squad mate here? Uh-oh. Well, that's a problem. Shit. Okay, which one of you is my...
This is Oscar 3 to Argus. Do you copy?
Not Argus.
This is Oscar 3 to Oscar 1. Do you copy? Over.
This is Oscar 1. What is it, Oscar 3?
Alright. Come help me out here.
I'm under heavy attack. Request reinforcements.
Oscar 1 here. I'm on my way. Just hold them off till I get there.
Alright. Come back, Oscar 1. You're just gonna get blown up. I love how the boats just kind of spin around in circles when you destroy them. Like that. That's not what boats do. Alright, yep. My intrepid teammate here to help. Oh, that is too far. Alright. Personal space. Get...
This is Oscar 3 to Oscar 1.
Oscar 1.
Do you copy? Over.
This is Oscar 1.
Uh-oh.
What is it, Oscar?
Windows has an update. Okay, what's that other team doing? Did they, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, what is that other team doing? They're just going in circles again. Well, looks like I'm on my own here. Well, 10 hours of running upstairs in Shenmue 4, probably still going to be a better game than what Shenmue 3 turned out to be. I'm completely honest here. Oh, don't fall off the bridge. Uh-oh, did I lose my teammate? Where'd Oscar 1 go?
Oscar 3 to Oscar 1. Do you copy? Over.
Uh-oh. Well, this is... Why am I... Oh, I'm locked on. Well, this is a problem. Apparently they made actual patches to the Shenmue 3 at some point. And I glanced over the patch list. And there is nothing in there about make the story any good. So... Oh god, okay. We're down to 1 armor. Okay. Alright, okay. Okay. Alright.
This is Oscar 3 to Oscar 1. Do you copy? Over.
Well, which one is Wagon Master? This one?
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
Okay. So... How am I gonna do this? God, I have like no machine gun ammo. Okay, so I think I need to draw them out, draw out these VTs, get them to aggro me, and we're gonna put this in reverse. Okay. Okay, so we got that one to aggro. I don't know if it's Buddies did. And then we have enough room here to... Alright, if I can take out this thing. Okay. Alright, one down.
Wagon Master, this is Oscar 3. Do you copy? Over.
This is Wagon Master. Oscar 3, what is it?
This is Oscar 3, requesting supplies. Send supply chopper ASAP.
Oscar 3, I'm afraid we have some bad news. We're short on supplies. Sorry, but you'll have to do without them on this mission.
I didn't...
I repeat, shortage of supplies. Resupply is negative.
I forgot to buy supplies. Oh. I'm almost out of ammo, too. Yeah, and 1 HP. Okay. Alright. Alright, if I keep moving, then they can't hit us. Alright, let's clear out some space here. This is probably gonna fall into the ocean. Damn it. Oh, man. If only I had supplies, and also if my... Man, why are the teammates in this game so worthless? Like, shit. Alright, so we have 20k supply points. So it's gonna be 4k, because we gotta buy a mech again. Ah, fucking hell. This is so annoying. Alright, so we gotta buy 3,000 for this again. And then 2k for supplies. Ah, shit. I can't believe I didn't buy supplies. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Okay, so this time I'm not gonna bother with the other squad, because they're totally worthless. Oh man. So all that used up was ammo and fuel. Well, yeah, I was going to do the hangar strat, but there was 3 VTs between me and the hangar. Like that absolutely would have been what I would have done. But for the minor detail of a bunch of mechs hanging out by the place. And it looks like I do need to get out in front of this team, because they are also worthless in their own special way. So we're just gonna have to book it across this bridge here and get the other VTs distracted. Oh, I could have sworn I tried this strat already before. And the result of it was me getting blown up. Alright, team. If y'all could get across that bridge any minute now, that would be fantastic. Man, this is... It's... You're just fucked either way. Like, either your teammates are gonna go across the bridge and then just get stuck at the end of it, or they're not gonna go across the bridge. And then get in your way. Like, fuck, man. This... If the AI was even just a little bit better, this game would be so good. Okay, so we didn't use up our supply. So that's something. For fuck's sake. If only the AI wasn't trash. Like, I don't mind if the enemy AI was better to compensate, but... Fuck, man. Like... Anything's an improvement over this teammate AI. Okay, maybe this green HUD is what's messing up everything. All right, let's go with orange HUD for good luck. That's been the issue this whole time. Okay. All right, team. Yep. Yeah, it's a good old undergrads these days. Okay, maybe my teammates are just scared of these ships. And we'll solve their ship problem. Oh, hey, now they're over there. Sure. Why they're over there, I don't know. Okay, team. Forward. Advance. Alright, team. One at a time. Cross the bridge. Okay. All right. What? They're just gonna run past the unit? Okay. All right. Sure. That's one way to save ammo. Let's do it. Okay, nope, keep going. Advance. Advance. Oh, no, wrong way. Keep going. Put it in forward. Nope, no going back. No going back. Come on. You can do it. Like herding cats here. All right, come on. All right, I'm gonna clear some space here because I'll need this for the resupply. All right, come on. Come on, teammate. Alright, that one's in range, so we can at least... we can be productive here. Oh, I got it? Okay, and... fire. That should get it. Got him. Okay. Okay. All right. Now, the real test begins here. I should have waited to reload. Okay. All right, team. All right. Nope. Don't look over there. Nope. We're not fighting those guys. Yes. Turn left. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to... I think this one on the other side is a lost cause right now. So I need to go back and go get my teammate. Though I should probably...
This is Oscar 3 to Oscar 1. Do you copy? Over.
All right.
This is Oscar 1. What is it, Oscar 3?
Oscar 3 to Oscar 1. I'm under heavy attack. Request reinforcement.
Oscar 1 here. I'm on my way. Just hold them off till I get there.
I'm not sure which one's Oscar 1. I think that one's Oscar 1. All right, Oscar 1. Get out the way. Okay, one teammate down. hoping my teammate actually... Oh shit, okay. Alright. Just get on over there. Alright, over here to safety. Okay. Alright. Okay. Nope. All right. Alright, it's giving me hits. Now it's saying miss. Hits, okay. Hits. Okay. So I suspected I could just shoot anywhere on the ship and it would work. Turns out that is not the case. I can shoot through the edge of this building here. Okay. So there's a targeting thing right there, but it's not letting me hit that. Whatever that is. Okay. We're gonna inch forward, but be ready to... Okay. Man, this is so cheesy, but this mission kind of requires something like this, because this is otherwise a little too difficult. Hits, okay. So it looks like I can hit the bottom of it here. Or not. Okay. Hits. What else is there to hit? There must be like crew members or something. What even is there left to... Well, there's... My teammate is over here, by the way. My teammate's still alive somewhere. Okay, well, I'll just keep shooting the deck then, I guess. Like, maybe if it's, even if it's not strictly a target, it still counts as damaging it. I have a whole resupply left, so I'm not worried about ammo or anything. Huh. Okay. Alright, I haven't shot anything up here yet. Okay, that counts as a hit. Okay, yo! Finally! Okay. Alright. The nightmare is over for now. Until we have to do this again. Fuck. Okay. Alright. So then the next mission is... God, I'm still not back up to the amount of supply points I had last time. That's so lame. Alright. So this is the cutscene about the next generation VTs or something. Yeah, new type VTs. Second generation Prominence and Blade. So then this mission was the railgun got stolen. And we need to go pick up 3 cases that have parts of the railgun in it.
Don't tell me that's the new type VT.
Looks like it came right out from a garbage compactor.
Love it. I'll pass. Is no one gonna challenge? Okay, so I think we have to buy the new one. Yeah, so they still make you buy the new one, because of course. All right, 5K for the second generation one. And then this one is get 3 cases. Oh, I just realized I didn't request resupply last mission. So I don't need to buy another one. Yeah, we have supply count 1. Cool. Okay. All right, and I made a map. I looked back at my VOD and I made a map of where the cases are. Nope. So I should know exactly where to go, but I do want to clear out as much of the areas I can, just to get points back. Because, man, I need them apparently. Okay. All right, this looks fine. Alright, so the second gen VT's cockpit looks different from the first gen. There's a different layout to it, and the display itself is larger. Yep. All right, so one is in the northwest of the map, and one was in the northeast. Staplesford. Well, why aren't you just taking PDFs instead, Hidden? Come on. What happened to good old PDFs? We're asking for floppy disks. I remember I had to turn in projects on floppy disks, and then eventually zip disks. In 2005, I had to get a zip drive in 2005. Man. I didn't look up the range for this rifle. So here's... Okay. Alright, there's one of them. Did I put the manipulator away? Oh, I'm out of shots. That would be why. Okay. Like, man, this second gen VT, like, the controls are way more responsive. It's faster. Like, it is night and day difference. Ah, carbon copies. Okay. That makes sense. Alright, so there's our last crates over there. So time to get some points. Yep, the good old manipulator. Speaking of T-Rex arms, just remembered a backlog game that I've been meaning to play since I first heard about it. Trespasser. That incredible game. This... What the hell's going on with this one? Looks like something weird was going on with the model for it. Oh, I'm out of machine gun ammo for once. Okay. Oh, that's right, I can't. You can't have any other weapons equipped if you're using the plasma torch. Okay, well, I guess that's gonna be it for points then. Oh, wait, can I pick up the cow? Alright, these are innocent cows. Will not harm them. Those cows did nothing wrong. Yep, that game. Apparently the speedrun for it is ridiculous too. Okay. Alright. Got him. Okay, and that brings us back to the one mission that I couldn't beat last time. Alright, we're now Sergeant. We did enough war crimes in that village. Oh, we did it. Okay. Yep. Pursuit of them. Railguns. Armor. Yep. Okay. Alright. I think... Okay, now that we made it this far with all that, this is where we'll call this for tonight. And the next time I stream this, well, I'm probably going to be streaming this and then something else pretty much every stream now, just that we can get done with this. But here is where we'll call Steel Battalion for tonight, because it's 1 o'clock and I need to get over to the other game for the night. So let's make sure I go back to the main menu here and not accidentally delete my file. Okay, so it's back to title. They word that weird. They make it sound like you're resetting your save by doing this. Okay. Data, save. Sure, we'll call that a save. Okay. Stop the timer. Good. Alright. So I need to break down this setup and move everything out of the way. So this will take slightly longer than usual. So I'll be back in 4 to 5 minutes or so. Let's say 5. Where we'll do some more Vanguard Bandits. What a game that one is. Alright, be back in a few. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. This out of the way. Okay. Nice and easy to get this set up here. Alrighty. Vanguard. Bandits. Okay. Why is my... There it is. Okay, let's get this changed over here. Still alive. All right. All right, looks like everything is switched over. Okay. All right. Good old Vanguard Bandits, huh? Okay. Oh man. Just as we're here for some drum and bass. All right, I didn't show this earlier, but where was this? But this is my audio pack now. So this thing right here is the Bluetooth audio transmitter. So the audio is going to this audio interface here, this Motu, to this Bluetooth transmitter right there by optical. And then that connects to this thing, which goes to my IEMs. And then inside here, I have a little body pack transmitter for my headset. And then that's in this thing is called a Molle bag, M-O-L-L-E. It's like some tactical combat thing, but it's the perfect size for all my audio stuff. So I have this hooked to the back of this chair now, but this can be attached to a belt. Like I got this thick ass belt here that I can use to mount it to my waist. And there will be occasions where I'll do that. But yeah, otherwise this can just hang on a chair like this. So this is a chair I was using for Steel Battalion, and then I got this other chair. So normally it hangs right here, but I don't want to move it. I probably should though, because the wires are just barely reaching. So I think I will move it over. Yep, tactical IEMs. This is broadcast grade. All right. But it's easy enough to move it. I just unlatch it from the chair here, and here it is. Like, it's got all kinds of straps and shit on here. Straps, loops. Like these are button on. There's a Velcro thing on the front. This whole thing's Velcro. 2 big compartments in here, and the bag is like $10. Like shit, what a deal. So it just happened to work out perfectly and fit exactly the size of what I needed it to be. And now I got this handy dandy convenient carrying case for all the stream audio gear. Alright, let's get it secured here. So another thing that I worked on since the last stream was I got another PS1 in the mail, and I got the PSIO working again. So let's show this real quick here. So there we go. There's the PS1 with the PSIO. Oh, I didn't transfer over the audio. Shit. Okay. All right, I gotta do that. I just realized after doing that. But also, before I cut away from that, Look at that. There's my PS1 graveyard up there. That's actually not even all of them. That's just the ones that that I have on there. I actually have 2 more in boxes somewhere. Okay, let me take advantage of my handy dandy wireless solution here and go change over the audio over to what it should be. So I can just get up, move my cart out of the way, go over here behind my TV, unplug the optical cable from my Xbox, and plug it into my PlayStation. Just like that. Done. And I can still listen to whatever this remix is. I think this is Earthbound. This sounds like Earthbound to me. And then I can move the chair out of the way. Easy. Just like that. Before the PlayStation blows up, well, you never know. If I had to bet, it might even be this stream. But I did test it. I tested it as thoroughly as I could without being excessive. And I am fairly sure that it is going to be fine. Fairly sure. Yeah, this is definitely Earthbound. Okay. All right. So, Vanguard Bandits. We're on part 2 of this banger. Strategy RPG, Human Entertainment. So I thought about it, and Human Entertainment is the Clock Tower developer, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. So this is quite the departure from Clock Tower. But IMO, this game is just as good as the Clock Tower games are. I don't think highly of the Clock Tower series. Okay. So yeah, because I got this PlayStation all ready to go and everything, we should have quick load times again, and if there's any weirdness between this stream, last stream and this one, it's probably a PSIO thing. And I also have digital audio going for both, so we should be good on that. All right, I didn't make it previously for this because I'm not sure what I would do for that. So we're playing as a lad named Bastion. We're part of a resistance. There's like 8 different warring factions in this game. We're on mission 5 or so, and there's a lot of anime stuff, and it's pretty boring. There we go. That's what happened previously on Vanguard Bandits. So let's get going, and maybe the game will become good at some point, but we'll find out, I guess. Okay, let's make sure we got audio here. Yep, we do. That is really loud in my headset, so I'm gonna turn that down. I just turned it up. Okay, hold up. So the reason why I got this other Bluetooth transmitter or receiver, by the way, is because also I don't need this up there, is because my old receiver did not it didn't have a volume control on it. I also need to move this camera over like that. It didn't have a volume control on it, and because I'm using optical audio from my audio interface, it's always at full blast all the time. So my ears were not having a good time the last stream. All right, let's do it. Yep, I got it. Thanks, Apture. All right. Yeah, previously some pretty okay music. Besides that, I don't know. Okay.
To be free
played Earthbound before, by the way. I am very familiar with Earthbound. Or unless you want to finish your playthrough before I got to it. Probably gonna play Earthbound sooner than later too. Yeah, I got it. I appreciate the reminder though. Sometimes I miss these things.
There must be more. There is a truth we must believe to find the strength to follow through. Finding the fear within as we press on toward the future now. So follow the voice within your soul, leading you to that lofty goal. Spreading your wings is just the start.
What is this? This is the only good part of Vanguard Bandits.
All that you must do is free your heart.
Bring back anime mode. So whenever the OSSC Pro comes out, I am going to make a custom firmware for it that includes an anime mode. Like that's going to be on my to-do list because it's going to have proper OSD support. I guess the current one has an OSD as well. So the current OSSC can also have an anime mode, but I'm going to wait until the Pro comes out. And we can bring back anime. All right. Why is my Alright, while this anime is going, let me see if I can get my controller monitor working again. Okay, well, whatever. It's not like it's important for this game. Alright. Yeah, anime mode was, there was a button on the remote for the XRGB FrameMeister, which is an audio or a video scaler that was released before the OSC came out, and it was a Japanese produced model by a decent-sized company in Japan, and it was what you used to connect high-quality analog audio to your TV back then. Oh, what did it do? It was a preset that changed things. It did something with like smoothing, I guess. I don't know. All right, what's our mission here? Bandits? Sure. Wait, was there any confusion about this being anything other than an A? Because yeah, like I mentioned in the last stream, I'm pretty sure this is the same font as Alundra. That I guess Working Designs just made that font for a game in like maybe 97 or 98, and then just kept reusing it. Because this is a 2000 game, is when Working Designs released this in 2000, and I know Alundra was like 98, I want to say, when that was released out west. Oh, I didn't interview. Whoops. If it ain't broke, well, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of stylized fonts. I'm putting that out there. Give me a easily readable font, especially in a text-heavy game. So, I don't believe we've seen these characters yet. See, like sad here. Like, that is sad. It's so hard to read that, like... And the S looks like a Stussy on this one. Okay. Maybe that's a positive. One of the few positives of this custom font, but come on. Yeah, exactly. Okay, apparently she's involved with the Empire. This soundtrack, so I think this is another new song, and the soundtrack is really giving me like a Sega CD vibe. Like, okay, we have 4 instruments to work with. They're gonna be really high quality instruments, but you only got 4, so make them count. And like really short loops. Defeated Faulkner? What? They did? That's news to me. I thought he retreated. Yeah, like this would be for a licensed TV anime game or something. Which is why it's... which is another reason why I love the Grandstream Saga so much. Like, they went hard in the paint on their music and their anime cutscenes. Like, they went out and got, like, 3 amazing composers and then got Production IG to do the cutscenes for it. Like, the rest of the game, I'll leave that up to others to decide how they did the rest. But hey, Grandstream Saga, give it some credit. Alright, fighting bandits again. Yeah, Production IG did the anime cutscenes for Grandstream Saga. We got Centaur guy. Yep, that's why there's no faces. Okay, so this guy is the one who talks about steel enema. Is that guy's line? Okay, so another quick refresher here on mechanics for this game. So there's action points and FP, which is fatigue points in the upper right. So if I move here, this will use up 60 AP, and then if he doesn't do anything, it doesn't fatigue. So if I did an attack, it would be like 15, and then once that reaches 100, they can't do a turn, or can't do anything for a turn. So positioning is also even more important in this game than it is in some other ones. like which way you're facing. Because if you're head to head, you have more options. Yeah, this is most certainly not battle music. This might be a PSIO thing. This is very jaunty battle music, though. I think the music does change whenever they get into the one-on-one battle scenes, though. All right. Got him. Maybe. I guess we're stuck with this forever. Okay, hopefully this guy will stay in our party forever. But not take all of our XP. Maybe this is just the music for this chapter. You have the reflexes of a drunk yak. Sure. Oh, he got stunned. Alright. You unscrupulous pooter pirate. What the fuck? What is this dialogue? Sure. Okay, 1249. Amazing. Okay, so this is... That was the line that the guy just said. The line was, "You unscrupulous pooter pirate." Pooter-pirate. Oh, man. Amazing. What a video game. Okay. Maybe I can finish off this one. Nope, almost. Yep. What a localization they did for this one. Oh boy. Team audio lad? Okay. I'll crank it down for you. Alright. How's that? It's always hard to tell for me what the levels are like, because I use separate oh, this is counterattack mode. Separate feeds for everything. We good? Okay, good. Alright, thank you for telling me. Cause yeah, I have the stream audio levels, I have my mixer audio level separate from that, and then I have my IEM volume level outside of that. But I guess I could just look over at the meters on OBS and see, so I apologize. My bad. Am I not able to... Oh, I can long thrust. Okay. I forgot. This character has a range 2 attack. Yep. Okay. I'm totally okay with Bandit Chief not doing anything. So yeah, this game is just filled with meters for everything. Yep. So just like Fire Emblem, you get XP regardless. And it's not shared. So you have to kind of be mindful of who's attacking what. Okay, so BAS is your HP. POW is your base attack power. Dex is chance to hit. Agility is chance to dodge. Defense is defense. And then weapon is how much damage you do on top of your base damage. And it's modified by bonus points from your giant robot that you're in. So this guy's getting +4 to weapon. Sure. Hey, Alyssa. Oh, sure. Hey. Oh, that was a bandit. Dang, it's so hard to tell who's a friendly and who's not in this game. Oh, just going straight for the leader. Okay. Oh, this works. I'm assuming the objective here is to... Alright, let's actually check and see what the objective is. Oh, you can rotate the... Huh. Okay. Is it tactics? Oh, alright, data. Okay. Easy enough. This guy's... Dang it, I keep forgetting. This guy's one of the special units. And he's got, like, the fireball attack. Huh. Well... Yeah, that sound effect there. That Age of Empires attack sound effect. Nice. Ethical pencils. It's so weird seeing all the different variables that have to go into studies like that. Like I saw something about people figured out that for clinical trials or something, that whether or not mice were picked up by the tail or were scooped up or something, skewed some sort of measurement thing. Like it stressed them out more or something, which obviously, sure. And that it messed up results for things. Oh, attack that one, it looks like. Or this one. How about I just attack the one next to me? Sure. Actually, she could use more chance to hit, but she was missing earlier. Yeah, that's science for you. Dang. Uh-oh. That's... Okay. So, I'm still 50-50 on whether or not there's permadeath in this game. And I don't want to find out. Shit. She just took 2/3 of her life in damage. Well, the restart button could also be for, like, you did XP wrong or something. Alright, let's fireball. 5 HP, nice. There's the Half-Life explosion sound effect. Well, I guess... Okay, alright. So she's not gonna die from this. I'm pretty sure there's no crits either. I have yet to see anything that appeared to be a crit. Oh no. Okay, alright. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Alright. So we're gonna find out if there's permadeath or not. If she doesn't avoid this. Big whiff, boys. Alright, I wasn't worried for a second there. Alright, let's see if we can... So if this lands, he'll get a ton of XP. Okay. That's a lot. Alright, good. Take it. Okay. Oh. Well, shit. All right, Rena. Just get out of there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can't defend. The counter is still gonna be a death. Oh my god. Being bullied right now. Alright, avoid. God damn it. Alright. So we'll find out after this if there's permadeath. avenge what's her face. That, oh, I guess that one gives you a ton of FP. Okay. Hit collision. So collision type is minus 40. Huh, I wonder if that knocks them back a space. If I do that. Let's see. Never know now. Okay, 20 HP. Not liking the looks of this. 1 HP, of course. Judo chop. Oh man. Working designs. Why? I guess Austin Powers would have been a thing. Oh, do I take out that one or should probably take out this one? I think a strong slash should do it. No, we're not. Okay, come on. Let's, I can't undo the. Oh shit. Well, rip that. Dang it. So yeah, there's also this, by the way. This hasn't come into play yet, but apparently these are the emotional states of the character, and depending on how big the icon is, it's how they're feeling. But so far, it's only been pulsing like this, so I don't know what to make of this. Sure. Not liking the looks of this. Well, they let you undo some moves, but not all of them. It's bizarre. Also, why is this guy attacking from the front? What? Why would you willingly do this? What? Still kills. Oh, minimize our FP gain here. closer to where the action's gonna be here. Alright, plus 20% chance to hit. Please actually hit. Okay. Man. Treats. Okay. Ace Attorney. All the Ace Attorney games are going to be on the to-do list. Okay, let's go after Claire. And the Professor Layton games. Dang, she hits like a truck. And, okay, so see there I could move back. There I could undo my move. So I don't know what the deal is. Dang. Okay, dang. Ah, shit. Okay, so that is where you lose your move. Whatever I just did there, while I am... This is my life now, I guess. All right, let's go for a tackle. Catch the wave. And it didn't stun. Interesting. Yeah, all the Ace Attorneys, all the Professor Laytons. Can't wait. I really love those games. All right, please void. This is not looking good. Oh, jeez. Alright, I'm just gonna have to defend. Man. Oh, that works too. Sure. Alright. It'd be great if Centaur Man could actually do something other than attack this low level 69. Rip. Okay. It's better avoid. Of course not. Alright, Marlowe. Finish off this one, so... Okay, so that's 0. Okay. So this one has a better chance to hit. And we'll still kill with hits. Okay, good. Good. Well, that was a 1% dodge. Don't you remember the Pokemon playthrough? I get 1% chance to do things all the time. That's just how we do here. There's 99% chance to hit. Still means a 1% chance to dodge. Regroup here. So his FP is 91 right now. So we gotta be careful with that. Oh my god. And then he's gonna counterattack with the fireball, because of course. Oh shit. Okay, so this one she'll just try to avoid. Alright, this is probably. Alright, this is new. Banter? Alright. Working designs, huh? I have a feeling if I just take down her, the rest will follow. But actually doing that is gonna be a trick here, it seems. Alright, luckily this guy's a tank. 37% chance to hit, and of course it hits. Nice. Alright, why are you attacking them? Oh, centaur guy. What the fuck? Alright, at least he's hitting. Step up for the smackdown. Okay, so this is gonna put him at 100. This will put him at 96 FP, but either way, he's gonna be high on FP regardless, so I might as well get in a big attack on this guy. I'm just gonna do that. Oh, that's what the star means. And he can't do anything. That's what the star means. It means they're at 100 FP. Okay. The manual didn't say anything about that, by the way. Oh god, he might be dead here. Okay. This was perhaps a huge mistake. Now rip that guy. Let's see. So this has a 74% chance to hit. Let's... No, I'm pretty... Unless there's... I don't know what would have stunned the guy in the orange mech, though. Because he didn't get hit by the other unit. And yeah, he's back down to 19 FP now. And ST is so everybody has the same mental state, it looks like. Oh, she doesn't have the one in the lower right. And the big mad is bigger than the others. So Claire is big mad right now. And this guy is small mad. And then horse guy is just everything. panic. Okay. Perhaps we can finish off this guy. Alright, assuming this hits. We'll make sure he just doesn't get back attacked here. Strategy. Uh-oh. Alright, rip this guy. So he's still stunned. We're in 0 FP mode. Okay, good. At least he's attacking the right target, but not from the right location. Okay. 60% chance to hit. Of course. 61% chance to hit. Yo, finally. Coin flip in my favor. 38% chance to hit. And that's if I avoid. If I counter, if I defend, he'll have 7 HP. 76% chance to hit. He's kind of dead regardless of what he does. So I'm gonna go for the avoid here. Alright, 38% chance to hit. It's fine, he's gonna die anyway. It's fine. Oh boy. Okay, so those are all untouched because, of course, man, we are right down to it here. All right, 72% chance to hit. Good, finally. This is not good. Fear my PMS. Working designs. Alright, 30% to hit. 62% chance to hit. Alright, I'm gonna bank on this avoid here. Okay. Oh, he's at a FP. And now he's fucking dead. Maybe you're supposed to lose this battle. So I'm gonna be out of controllable units now. It's just Horseman, who I can't control. He does his own thing. Okay. Well, I already know what I could have done differently there. Is this gonna make me do all this story stuff again, too? Okay. Maybe it's because I did an interview beforehand. So we're on good terms with pretty much everybody. But sure, let's talk to Reyna. All right, what's up, Devlin? What's up, Marlo? All right, good talks all around. Okay. All right, what about the shop? So we have access to the shop now. 40,000. Okay, maybe this is why we're getting blown up, because we could have gotten gear upgrades. All right, +8. Quicksilver. +7. 8. Okay, so she already has a spear equipped. So we don't need to worry about that with her. Oh, we could give her to Partisan. And I assume we can sell our old spear. Alright, well, first priority is to give Bastion. So that'll be for Bastion. And then... I have no idea who has that equipped. I'm assuming that guy at the end has that equipped, maybe? Like, is there a way I can check this easily? Okay. Alright, Galvus has... Oh, he just has a regular... a Gradius. Because, yeah, remember this is... Oh, he's got the Gungan gear. Sure. Okay, so if we gave this guy a better weapon, then we would have a better chance here. Okay. Oh, I need to equip the Quicksilver on Bastion first. Alright, and then let's see. So yeah, that's a big upgrade on weapon there. Okay. So that we bought that for 11k. So how much does selling the Gradius give us? 25. That's not bad. And apparently I have a Quicksilver? Okay. Where does it say it's equipped? Oh, up there. Okay, I get it. Right above where it says Gradius. Okay. So that sells for 2,500. Yeah, this track is not bad. It'd be nice if it said what these even do. Like the manual does. Oh, I guess it says in the right. It just gives you a +1 to a stat. This one gives you +0 to everything. So why would you? So all the ones that are just 2,000? What? Alright. Okay, ambulance. Strength +2 to POW. 2 to dex, 2 to agility, 2 to defense. So these seem pretty worth it. So the benefit we get from a strength gauntlet is almost as good as the Quicksilver, Radius to Quicksilver, and it's like a third the price. Well, I guess it isn't. I don't know. I guess it depends on how they calculate damage. Huh. Okay, I think our priority is better weapons, though. So that's Dex. Dex 1, Web 7. So this is cheaper, and it gives you more Dex instead of agility. And also, come to think of it, she did a shitload of damage in previous fights. As long as it wasn't the two square attack and if it actually landed. So I think giving her a better weapon is probably going to benefit a lot. As long as she stays alive, that's the important thing. Okay, so Bastion and her have upgrades now. And a Quicksilver for Guy on the end is gonna help out here. Because he does a shitload of damage too. And then we'll just have our two other dudes just, we'll let them do their thing. We'll upgrade them later, assuming they survive the fights. Okay, so she gets a better spear. I guess I could give the spear to the other dudes. Can they? Oh, they can't equip spears. That makes sense. Alright, so if we give him the Quicksilver... So yeah, this guy should be doing even more damage now. Okay. Alright, then we can sell our 2 extra Gradiuses. It's amazing that they just straight up called it a Gradius. Fantastic. Sure. Sell our extra spear. Okay, and that gives us 1,500 to work with. Okay, I think I want to save to a different slot, and then we can give that battle another go, I guess. 15,000, like 15k isn't bad though. So I'll save like that because I think the weapon loadout is fine. So then getting like Dex 2, so that Dex is chance to hit. This is chance to dodge, and that's just regular ass defense. This extra damage though, that seems pretty good. But what good is damage if you're not gonna hit? So we'll do this. Because I've been whiffing a lot in the last fight. Oh, you can't wear nothing? Okay. Alright, so that gives an extra 2 to Dex. Okay. Him, and then either Barlow or... Okay, we'll let Barlow hit slightly more often. Oh wait, I bought 5. Okay. Extra Dex all around. Okay. Alright, I'll save there. So knowing now the nature of this game like this, like, kind of a bummer they only give you 3 save slots. Okay. screwed up something that was immediately obvious. Yeah, you know, it happens. It's also a reason why I think a lot of projects have multiple translators now, or multiple translators / localizers, because sometimes like a mistake like that just makes it through the cracks and nobody catches it. It might also be a tester thing, but then who knows? Did the testers just assume that that's the way it's supposed to be? But you never know. And yeah, it was the 90s. Like, sure. I am error. Do you know Bagu? Like, you know. It could be worse. Okay, also, so another thing that I could do differently here is the extra enemies spawned in once the bandit leader got killed. And I know that Horseman went straight to the bandit leader, the bandit chief. So if I leave Horseman to 1v1 the bandit chief and just let them take as long as they need to fight, then we can delay the new set of enemies spawning in. As much as possible. Alright, no back attacks. See, now Horseman is attacking regular bandits. I'm not sure what the deal is. He's doing a shitload of damage, which is okay. Oh, now he's fatigued. Okay. All right, 99% chance to hit. This is going so much more smoothly than last time. Oh, man. Well, I can see somebody with minimal Japanese knowledge still being involved with localization, especially with what Treehouse does with theirs. Like there's translating and then there's the localizing. And I think Treehouse in particular is one of those outfits that does a great job adding character and flavor to the scripts. As long as I'm thinking with the right outfit. This Treehouse is Nintendo's localizing branch, isn't it? Like all the Paper Mario localizing. Unless I'm mistaken. She doesn't get back attacked, so we'll just do that. Hey. Alright, so that'll kill if I do that. That'll also kill. Rust, also kill. Okay. Slash. Do a regular thrust. 99% chance to hit. Apparently cringe is in the YouTube auto moderation. Okay. This is my anti-back attack strat. Uh, 30% chance to hit. Oh, she got strong thrust now. So that does just barely more damage to her, and this also does extra. For whatever reason, they're not engaging the bandit leader. But I guess I'm okay with this. All right, 31% chance to hit. Man, maybe I gotta be way more conservative with the HP. All right, who are you attacking? Okay. All right, so we'll let them rumble over there. So it looks like I got 4 turns, maybe. Okay, so thrust is not gonna be enough damage. That's also not gonna be enough. So. He doesn't have a ton of FP, so I'll just do that, just to ensure the kill. All right, and anti-back attack strats. 50% chance to avoid. If I counterattack, it's not going to do much. Alright, I'll just... When in doubt now, I'm just going to go for the defend. Unless, like, the avoid is almost guaranteed. This is a chance to... Okay, this is fine. Let's do this. Okay, perfect. I'll take it. Take out Bandit 3 here. Dang, that's not gonna kill. Okay. Sure. Kind of weirdly inconsistent stats between a lot of these units. Yeah. Alright, I guess another possibility here is the additional units spawn in after a certain amount of other units are defeated, and it's not necessarily on the cheap. Looks like we still have 2 more turns before the chief is defeated. I also just remembered that there is an in-battle save feature, so we will take advantage of that. And it's a single slot apparently for the in-game save, in-battle save. Okay. Strike. Yeah, so it looks like if you hit cancel on that screen there, like once they actually no? Huh. Weird. Yeah, I'm still not sure what. How this system works. Okay, so she's got full fatigue now. God She's got like no defense. That explains why she was getting blown up earlier. Eh. Yeah, okay, so it is on number of enemies defeated, not the chief. Okay. And luckily most of them are at like really low HP. Come on, buddy. Added chance to hit here. 88% chance to hit. Okay. Windows has an update for me. Okay. Watch her back there. Now this guy's gonna take the XP. So now that they've entered the battle, I want to check and see if there's a new objective here. Because the objective here might be like, get to the cave or something. Oh. Alright. So I think everything else went pretty much ideal. So we'll do another quick save right here, just in case things go sideways. Okay, so... So if I lined everybody up over here with their backs against the wall, then they can't be back attacked. But then this guy's just gonna charge in and ruin my plan. This formation. What is this shit? Okay. Well, it's only gonna do 5 damage if it lands. Okay. Totally ancient. What a diss. Okay. So attacking her from the front is going to be a bad idea. Okay, we'll do the range to ice shards. Okay. 0.85 attack though. Oh, that's only gonna do 4 damage? Okay, well the other one does 4 damage, so sure. Oh my god. She's gonna get... Is she get... Oh jeez. Oh no. I should have had her fighting the non-named soldiers. Because now she's practically dead now. Okay, good. Perfect. Horseman got her back. Yeah, shit. Even this guy only hits for a little bit. Alright, later, Hidden. Have a good sleep. Slash 85% chance to hit. I'm okay with this. It's incredible dialogue. 85% chance to hit. I wonder if you could okay, so that's 38% chance to hit. Alright, I'm gonna defend. Fuck it. Like I'm wondering if you could save scum this and like when the dice roll happens. If it's always going to be that result every time. Because you can pretty much save any time. Alright, 34% chance to hit. What do you bet it's gonna hit? Yo, okay. I'll take it. 30% chance to hit. So naturally. It missed. I knew it. He's gonna counterattack the fireball. Yeah, this is fine though. This is fine. Anyone want a cheese? Well, right now it doesn't make much sense to, but say you're at like the end of the game, the final boss. Perhaps maybe you want a cheese at that point. I don't know. Alright. Can I even attack at this point? He's gonna do like no damage to her. We'll protect this guy's flank, I guess. Alright, Galvis. 88% chance to hit. And... bruh. And now he's dead. Unless, alright, 56% chance. Alright, I'm gonna defend. Alright, who are you attacking? Alright, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, the recent XCOM games look pretty good. Still not my kind of game, personally. But they do look like well-made games. Okay, perhaps I can get her with the back attack. So that said, speaking of another XCOM game that I really liked. Alright, 69% chance to hit. Come on. This is gonna do so much damage if it hits. The third-person shooter XCOM. I forget what the name of it was, but that one was really good. It was a Mass Effect style game. Okay, I made a huge mistake trying to attack that guy. Okay, we'll attack this dude. Like the 1960s XCOM Mass Effect game that they only made one of, but I enjoyed the hell out of that one. And I remember it not reviewing well, but that didn't diminish my enjoyment of the game. Like the fact that it has like a 70 Metacritic, couldn't care less because I enjoyed that one. Okay, so that strong slash is guaranteed kill. That's also guaranteed kill. Flash. Okay. I'll go on. Rust. Alright, please kill. Alright, let's protect her from a back attack. Okay. Alright, protect him from back attack. Okay. And back attack this guy. So I'm pretty much guaranteed to lose a unit or two here. But I'm pretty sure there's no permadeath. Because these are all like story characters, and otherwise the game would have been over once I lost Bastion. In the previous attempt through this. Because I did lose him before I lost some of the other ones. And since he's literally the main character of the game, you'd think if he fell in battle, then it would be a GG, right? So that's why I'm thinking permadeath, not a thing. Or maybe it is for like non-main story characters, but I don't know. All right, 61% chance to hit. What we got? Okay. All right. Uh-oh. 33% chance to hit. or I defend. Okay. I'm pretty sure a character's gonna die regardless, so we'll probably find out. Regardless of my best efforts. Alright, 32% chance to hit. Okay. Alright, who are you attacking? Man, why won't this guy attack one of the other dudes that he could, like, one-shot? He's gotta attack this guy. Claire's not doing anything? Okay. Alright, we'll rip this guy. Dang. Can't quite get him down to 0. Alright, we'll do a strong slash instead. 83% chance to hit versus 87. Yeah, let's just do this. Alright. Okay. $50, 44. Okay, so he should be able to. Man, Bastion doesn't hit very hard. Can take out that unit. 90. Yeah. Okay. There. Alright, so at least she can't be back attacked now. And then this guy. So Bastion's safe from back attack. Okay, we'll do this. Okay. Alright, 99% and then 59%. Okay, good. Alright, I don't want to jinx this, but so far all the coin flips have been going in my favor this time. Here. Oh, he's defending. Okay. Yeah, didn't they streamline a lot of the mechanics in the more recent XCOM games compared to the low ones? 52%. All right, so. This one's a coin flip. He lives or dies, depending on this coin flip. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. Is he slashing with a lance? I don't think that's how you lance. No lanceologist, but that seems a little weird. All right, 60% chance to hit. Maybe she's programmed to dodge everything. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Cause I've yet to even touch her yet. Reyna, let's just keep you alive. Okay. 99%. Okay. I will protect peace and candy. There to keep him from being able to move. Yeah. Wasn't there another XCOM like first-person shooter? Was it like Enforcer or something? The back attack guarding formation here. All right, 46% chance to avoid. Man, you keep swearing in the YouTube chat. It's making the auto mod. I keep having to press the button, dang it. Okay, so now we'll be able to see if permadeath is a thing. And of course this guy's gonna steal the XP. Oh, okay. Alright. XP is still good. Alright. Actually we'll let Bastion get that XP. And we'll continue to test the theory that she's invulnerable. Okay, plus 20% to hit. And it's still 57%. Like, she has no defense. But, man, she's got really high dodge. Okay, so she's not invulnerable. What? Okay, you just gotta do really high percent to hit stuff, I guess. Alright. Okay. Alright, she can't move around past that, so we'll park him there. Alright, Reyna, just take a breather. So let's see. Okay. All right. So we got her just kind of trapped here in the corner. Well, there's different levels to it, to the auto moderation. and I can't remember what I set it to. But I'm pretty sure like swearing will trigger any level of it. Oh, and she does. You can't even fully defeat it. Great. Okay. Well, that went a lot better than last time, and it's probably those gear upgrades. Okay, so we'll see if. So it isn't Candy Guy. It's the other guy. We'll see if he's still around. I don't see him there. Messenger from the Muspel Nation. Sure. Well, all my advisors don't seem to like this guy, so who am I to say no? So this probably put me on a track for another ending. This is probably a fork in the road. Yeah, the Bureaus is what that one was called, yep. Yeah, I really like the Bureau. I never played Enforcer, though. And I guess, was it Alien Interceptor? The flight combat game, I was like Wing Commander-esque. I guess that's also technically a shooter. Another one I haven't played. I haven't played most of the XCOMs. I played XCOM 1 on PlayStation and the Bureau on PC, and that's it. And I really like the Bureau. XCOM 1, not so much. I'm not really a strategy guy. Like a plant or a trader or something. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is a world map music. Huh. Oh yeah, we were on our way to go see the Marquis, or Marquis, if this is Final Fantasy 12. And then we had to retreat back to Avalon. And then the Ultra Gunner is Robo Pope. Yeah, the Bureau is barely an XCOM game. It's only tangentially XCOM, but that's only for like for lore stuff. Like if they just called it the Bureau and made it 0% XCOM, I still would have loved the game. Because I had a lot of fun with that game. Shooting the Lamaus. And I think originally when they were developing it, it didn't start off as an XCOM game, I want to say. When they originally announced it. It was just here's our cool 1960s FBI alien paranormal shooter thing. And then they later just said, hey, we own XCOM. Let's make it an XCOM game. Yeah, it was like these weird shape-shifting new things. Yep. Yeah, the Bureau was free on one of the PC shops at some point in the past. Like I think it was like 2 years ago. So I doubt it'd be free now. But it's probably not expensive. And it doesn't require a great machine to play because it's from like 2008 or 2010 or something. But it is very Mass Effect 1 style combat. So if you didn't like the Mass Effect 1 combat, then you probably won't like the Bureau's combat. All right. Yeah, there's kind of a certain expectation that you have when something has the XCOM name attached to it. Alright, so for this one, I'm going to save over the second save. Or no. We'll do a third save. Let's live dangerously. Make a third save. We'll do that. Okay. Okay, well that guy's not dead. So, there we go. Mass Effect Dialogue, really, yeah. Yeah, it's so more than just the combat, all the exploration stuff is also just straight up Mass Effect. Like it is, the game is literally XCOM Mass Effect, top to bottom. Which is why I liked it so much. It was... Okay, we'll have to talk to Devlin, I guess. Maybe it's because he died in the last fight. Okay, and now he's happy again. Okay. Sure. And then... Alright, let's make sure we're still bros with this guy. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Okay, so we do get different music here, thankfully. It's a pretty awesome track. The Muspel Nation. Mutation is a trap. Okay, good. Wait, this guy's a soldier, but he has eyes. Dang. Wait, there's only like one more of them than us. Marina has the answer. Okay, so we have to get across the border? Okay, well, as long as one of them makes it across the border, then they'll just call it all off, huh? Oh, that's right. Main character's father's name is Dragula. Okay, what are the stats on these guys? Oh, this is... Why are they so worried? So there's 6... There's 9 of them versus the 6 of us. Like this is no big deal. No big deal. Okay, and it's annihilate the enemy again. Okay. I wonder if I can finally control Horseman. Because it would be great if I could actually choose what he does. And he just fucking stands there. Nice. I wonder if I keep them all to one side of the battlefield, if that messes with the enemy AI. Oh, well. That guy probably just aggroed everybody on the map now, so I guess that plan is out the window. Okay. Good. Glad that the others are not attacking yet. Alright, so we have 99% chance to hit. He's got 70% chance to hit. This is fine. Alright, dodge. Dang it. Okay. All right, this is great that those other ones aren't moving. All right, 43 chance to hit. Nice. Do a range 2 hit here. Hopefully it actually hits. Okay. %23 chance to hit, huh? $47. Okay, so this is still 50-50, and if it does hit, it'll do less. So I think I want to go with this. Just be a little safe. Okay, good. I think I did use that FP by doing that. But it's fine. Alright, so she has super low defense, so I want to make sure that she's not getting back attacked. Things have been going a little too smoothly here. It really makes me think like it was a fluke or something, that first attempt at the previous battle. All right. So that. Okay. All right. Hopefully he's not too close to the other units to aggro them. Yeah. Alright, this should kill. Okay. Do you smell what Barlow's cooking? Man. This game. We'll give Reyna the experience for killing the guy in front of her. She hasn't been getting a whole lot of XP. Yeah, okay. So, like I figured, got a little too close. But that's okay. Because we're just about ready to attack them anyways. Alright, so this is actually 100% chance to hit. So it does get to 100%. But only if the enemy is fatigued. or stunned or whatever the star is. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh no. I regretted that immediately after I did it. Alright. Please void. Okay. Alright. It all worked out. Uh-oh. Okay. 61% chance to hit. Very nice of these other units to just wait while I massacre their comrades. 51% chance for 99. I think I'll go with the defend here. Yeah, they're still just waiting. Bizarre. Okay. Oh, this is gonna kill? Okay. Alright. Wasn't expecting that out of Barlow, but I'll take it. I think Barlow has almost the most kills out of this party. Weirdly enough. Alright, 58%. Might as well be 0. Okay. You could have done a back attack there. Just why? Strong attack. Okay. Alright, this guy's almost fully fatigued too. Yeah. Alright. So why is it kicked out of collision? Alright, 50% will play chances here. Oh, of course. I was too stupid. Yes, come at me one at a time. This is strats. Alright. We'll watch this back. Huh. Seems like she's not doing amazing damage anymore. Like, she was practically one-shotting people at the beginning of the game. And now she's gonna get one shot. Alright, 63%. Okay. Gotta make sure not to get his FP up to 100. Cloud. Have a good one. Okay. Where's that? Actually, this is gonna get this guy up to 100% fatigued. Yep, okay. Good. Okay. Man, why is this battle so much easier than the other one? Jeez. Little consistency. All I want. 25% chance to hit. Alright, so she should level. Okay. One more defense, so she hopefully won't get blown up as often. Why? Why are you? Man, this guy. This guy doesn't know how to stick with one target. But I guess for once he didn't steal the XP. So, sure, fine. I guess I shouldn't be complaining. I don't miss out on the 300-ish XP. Okay, we'll have Devlin get the XP for that kill. Actually, let's see what ice shards look like. We haven't done this yet. It hits for barely anything, but we'll see what it looks like. Okay. That's the Grand Stream Saga, one of the spells. Sure. 7% chance to dodge. Might as well be 100. Dang it. Works out. More XP for Barlow. Alright. I'm gonna min-max Barlow here. Yeah, the defend thing is kind of annoying, but they give the enemies the same abilities that you have, so, you know. Could be worse. And it is nice that they do give you all these options for things you could do for each turn, rather than, hey, you're just guaranteed to be hit, or have a dice roll, and then not given the option to counterattack or defend or what have you. We'll keep that guy balanced. Pretty sure that guy's gonna die in the next turn. Anyways. 32% chance to counter. Might as well be 100. Let's do it. do it. Yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Easy every time. Got him. All right. Okay. Got him. Easy. Huh. Yeah, I have a feeling that there probably was like an extra optional battle or something there if I chose yes in that previous cutscene. Oh, great. All right, well, we'll have all our negotiations be done by this 13-year-old. Great. Fate of the world hangs in the balance. Sure. Well, this means more cake for him. So... what the hell's going on in this cutscene? Alright. Another new music track. They're breaking out the MIDI distortion guitar here. This is like Super Nintendo distortion guitar. Man. Alright, so I remember in a previous cutscene, we were warned that this guy only wants to help us if we beat him in battle or something. Okay, so Robopope is not in this country, but the key to Robopope is... can't do that yet. We need to have a meaningless mission first. Yep. Okay. A 1v1, huh? Maybe a cutscene 1v1 or an actual fight. Oh man. Alright, if this is a 1v1, it's probably going to be short. Okay. Sure. We're good with Reyna. Not going to bother talking to her then. Sure. Okay. Still not sure why they bothered with all that. Here in the arena. Okay. All right. 1v1 me, bro. At least I hope this is a 1v1. Not a super long, drawn-out mission. Each of them in turn. What? This... what? You said soldier singular, not soldiers plural. What in that? Tornado. What? Huh, okay. 69 health. Okay. Wait, I just get multiple turns? Okay. This is some battle. Also, I thought I wasn't killing him. What? All right, yes. Keep going on? Are they just not? Okay, all right. This guy actually wants to fight. I'm assuming I'm gonna have to fight the Marquis at some point. The Marquis. Probably gonna have to defeat like four soldiers and then have to fight the Marquis. Man, this is amazing strategy going on right here. Alright, I'm gonna get behind you and then hit you. And then you're gonna do the same to me until one of us dies. Incredible. Alright, got him. Yep. Yeah, well, the game let me move down here, so I'm gonna move down there. If I move here, can't back attack me. And I need to get my FP back. Look at that. Big brain. The largest brain on me. Yeah. All right, 51% chance to hit. And all right, won the coin flip. What? All right. Man, like every single line they give Barlow here, it's like, hey, I'm fat, in case you forgot. Okay, I bet I'm gonna be fighting him. Oh, no. Oh, it's that guy. It's Sideburns guy. It's Surfer Man. What the hell? Okay. Alright, I think I might wanna lower his attack just to make this a little bit easier on me. 40% and it does damage. Alright, I'm gonna take the chance here. Of course. Shit. Uh-oh. This, anti-back attack strats. Chance, 99. Alright, I'm just gonna have to go for the avoid here. Fucking hell. And he gets another turn. Alright, 9% chance. GG. Okay, maybe you're allowed to lose that. Yeah, we sure defeated all those stationary, non-counter-attacking soldiers. Well, it didn't give me a game over, so I guess we good. Okay. Maybe you just can't beat Andrew. That guy, okay. Did we lose the castle? Ganlon's a traitor? What? Oh, he took the stone, probably. Hope he stops. Sure. All right, I think that's a good place to call it for tonight. So things kind of picking up in this one a little bit, I guess. Like I'm not sure why that one battle in particular was so much more difficult than all the other ones, but I don't know. Maybe big mistakes were made at the start of that battle, and then it just kind of snowballed from there. But weird, because the other ones have been no big deal. So I don't know. All right, I can cut the timer on this. All right. Turn that off. Okay. So yeah, still making progress in Vanguard Bandits here. Like I'm still kind of iffy about this one. But I'm gonna keep playing it because I haven't reached the stage yet where I want to bail on this one quite yet. So we'll keep this one going a little bit. Let's see. So I want to say we made progress in Steel Battalion, but we still have only just reached the point where I got stuck last time in Steel Battalion. So sure, I think maybe next time I'll practice that stage or that mission in Steel Battalion in free mission mode, because it's unlocked in free mission mode, and maybe I can figure out a way to consistently do that that mission with no risk to losing supply points when we do that mission for real. I don't know. but hey, at least we made it to that point in Steel Battalion while keeping a bunch of our supplies intact. And yeah, we'll keep going on that one. So let's see. That'll do it for tonight. I think tomorrow I'm going to post the poll for the next backlog game. So we're still continuing our playthrough of Hotel Dusk on the DS. And the game after that, I've decided is going to be a Saturn game, Sega Saturn game. And I'm gonna give you guys like 3 or 4 choices of which game will be the next one, and I'll just put that in a straw poll. And the poll's probably gonna be up for like a week, so we'll have plenty of time for y'all to make your choice on that one. So it's probably gonna be something like Burning Rangers, Panzer Dragoon Saga, Nights into Dreams. I think those will certainly be on the poll there. So I'll let you guys vote as to which game that will be. And then after that one is going to be La Milana on the PC, and that one's going to be super difficult, super long, tons of platforming, tons of like action, lots of puzzle solving, a lot of really crazy ass puzzles. So that one should be an adventure, but that one's probably, let's say, 2 weeks out from now, so that'll certainly be a thing. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one with the puzzles. It'll be an adventure, that's for sure. But I am fully prepared mentally and physically for what La Milana can throw at me, and I am looking forward to a blind playthrough that, as blind as it can be, because I've seen that the speed run of that done many times, and I watched Hidden Distance play through all of La Milana 2 recently, but it's fine. It'll be blind enough for me. So yeah, that'll do it for tonight. Thank you for watching. Hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time. Take care. Have a good one.